become more attuned to the subtle signals people emit. You notice a colleague's slight droop of the shoulders that hints at stress, or a friend's fleeting glance that reveals hesitation. These are the silent signals that, when interpreted correctly, allow you to understand others on a much deeper level. Here's how you can start developing this skill. 1. Practice active observation. In every conversation, make a conscious effort to look beyond the words. Notice the gentle rise and fall of your conversation partner's breath, the way their eyes light up when they speak about something they love, or even the subtle changes in their facial expression. These observations will become your clues. 2. Embrace mindfulness. Take time each day to practice mindfulness meditation. Sit quietly, focus on your breath, and observe the sensations in your body. This practice will sharpen your ability to notice even the smallest details, and over time, you'll start to see how emotions are reflected in every gesture. 3. Reflect on your own signals. Just as you learn to read others, become aware of your own nonverbal cues. Ask yourself, what is my body telling me right now? When you align your inner feelings with your external expression, you not only become more authentic, but also create an environment where others feel safe to share their true selves. 4. Connect through empathy. When you pick up on these subtle signals, respond with empathy. For example, if you notice a friend's eyes show a trace of sadness, even as they speak cheerfully, gently ask, I sense that there might be more behind your smile today. Would you like to talk about it? This empathetic response fosters a deeper connection and shows that you're truly present. Imagine you're in a meeting and a team member's words sound confident, yet their body language tells a different story. Perhaps their hands are fidgeting or their gaze is fleeting. With mindful mind reading, you can sense that they might be masking uncertainty. Instead of taking everything at face value, you can ask clarifying questions or offer support, thereby building trust and creating a more collaborative environment. Or consider a personal scenario. You're catching up with a loved one, and you notice they're unusually quiet, their smile not quite reaching their eyes. Instead of letting the conversation pass by, you pause, lean in, and ask with gentle concern, I sense something might be troubling you. I'm here if you need to share. That simple act of mindful engagement can open the door to a deeper, more authentic connection.
Developing the superpower of mindful mind reading isn't about gaining the ability to predict thoughts or pry into someone's innermost feelings. Rather, it's about cultivating a heightened awareness that enriches every interaction. It allows you to see the full tapestry of human emotion, the visible and the hidden, the spoken and the silent. When you combine the insights of modern psychology with the meditative wisdom of Buddhism, you learn that true communication is not just about exchanging words, but about sharing our whole being. As we come to the end of this exploration, I invite you to begin your own journey of mindful mind reading. Start by incorporating moments of mindfulness into your daily routine. Practice active observation in your interactions and notice the unspoken language of those around you. Reflect on what your own body is saying and align it with your inner truth. Over time, you will find that this practice not only deepens your connections with others, but also enriches your own emotional life. Thank you for joining me today. If you found this exploration of mindful mind reading inspiring, please share your thoughts and experiences. Subscribe for more insights on blending ancient wisdom with modern psychology, and let's continue this journey of connection and understanding together. Remember, every conversation is an opportunity to unlock the silent signals within. Stay mindful, listen with your heart, and let the unspoken words guide you to a deeper, more compassionate world.
result in little Medicare and most health insurance. Trust your life's United Bank centers. Call 1-800-RELAX today to schedule your free health screening at one of our locations. Wake up for ABC7 Eyewitness News this morning. Look, $6 meal deal. It's a big deal. You can eat iced or hot coffee, soft egg and cheese, and 6 toasted half bread. It's the base deal at breakfast. Dunkin's $6 meal deal. Weather sponsored by Dunkin'. Get Dunkin's $6 meal deal with a sausage, egg, and cheese, 6 hash brown, and iced or hot coffee, all for just $6.
Hello there. Well, on this Tuesday, hey, my Facebook gets this big ton of sun today, but still kind of brisk. It's 28 at O'Hare, 34 Gary, 26 right now in DeKalb. Pretty more, still wind chills lower into the 20s. Now, highs today will be around 40 to 45 degrees. Tomorrow, a cold, raw rain. At least today, we get the sun, below average temperatures here through Friday, warming up over the weekend. Teach and meals there. We go on photos in the front and easy to fix. I got this delicious. This is meal piece sauce and red pepper. Yes. And a little fresh basil. Yeah. And you're good to go. It smells so good. And I love all of those things. 12 other recipes in the cookbook on the Goshen pan. Okay, now on Tuesdays, we'll do batch little batch cooking. 2 for Tuesdays. So if you're taking something, you're going to make enough of it to freeze, to refrigerate. You've got meals for the week. Yeah. These are chicken cutlets. You fry some up, you freeze some, and you're never without food. That's easy 2 for Tuesday. Important thing in my house. On Wednesday, we're going one pot wonder. One pie. So she's got recipes in here, right, Bob? One pot, one skillet. There's 12 recipes in this. Again, easy prep, easy cleanup. My grandkids love this meal. It's your pasta, broccoli, a little lemon, a little parts of cheese. It's to die for. If you want elevated for the levels, a little fresh red pepper. Again, all one pot, one skillet meals. All right, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 1 month. We got Thursday is kind of it's thrifty because by Thursday, there's food budgets. You get kind of depleted, right? So then rely on one pantry staples. Okay. So then you actually use what you got. And this is actually my niece Beth's famous Rocky Joe casserole. And it's so good. Thank you so much. This is great. So good. It's so great. And again, in the chapter, there's like pasta vessel. There's so many dishes that, you can make just fancy. So you're having a couple of things. That's a lot of money. No. You're getting meals that your family will love. We all love. Exactly. So then it's a Friday. And spice it up because the weekend is here, right? Yes, we call it Friday. Some fun with these meals. This is the giant crunchy taco wrap. It makes it hot. And then everyone could top their meal with little mentions. You have the concert. And yes, and it could be family night. It could be movie night. It could be very rich. Or, they've got the guacamole, the salsa. slow Saturday, times usually full cookers. And then for Sunday, we have more elevated meals. When it's like some of the person, you're promoting this because I spent that problem from this slow cooker. I'm going to sell those problem because in this cookbook, since things get like they're mushy. Yeah, no, not with this. I know with prep. With some of the recipes, but none of them taste like this. Sometimes it's like this is like stove. Yeah, it's not. Now because I'm talking about recipes, and so here's the oh my gosh. Yes. So in the dessert, this is strawberry shortcake made out of sheet pan. It looks like it's trying to get gorgeous. I know. It looks like sauce. So they let us you just make a homemade shortcake right on the sheet pan, base vanilla, then you macerate some strawberries, fresh whipped cream, and you've got dessert for the entire family, and you can serve it either on a lovely platter, or right from the sheet pan. Yeah, really. That's how easy. But I think you're going to be like a little elevated. There's something summer. You're going to love it. It's time to go. But we're saving America. Saving America. It's a cover for it. And make sure to check out the whole dessert chapter. All the stories. Yes. Check out some of the recipes on our website, Good Morning America. Hey, coming up, Blink 182's Mark Hoppus is telling us about his new memoir. Let's get that inside jam. Help fight MS. I'm meteorologist Tracy Butler. Join ABC7 for Walk MS on Sunday, April 27th at Chicago Soldier Field. Near you, register or donate now at walkms.org.
For vein disease will have you back on your feet again. Pain-free, flexible, feel like new. Treatments are covered by Medicare and most health insurance. Call us today to schedule your free vein screening at one of our locations.
It's Windowworks' best sale of the year. Dial pound 250 and say the keyword Windows. Buy one window, get one free. We work factory direct, cutting out all the expensive costs. We're able to offer a premium window without the premium price.
That's great to hear. And what about installation?
We only use factory certified pros so you can rest easy.
So how do folks get started?
Simple. Dial pound 250 and say the keyword Windows. And for a limited time, buy one, get one free.
Mi nombre es. Mi nombre es. Mi nombre es.
Jesus.
Nice to meet you. También.
Share, learn, and live more every day with a sound internet for only $30 a month. I went to United Vein Centers.
I went to United Vein Centers.
I went to United Vein Centers, and now it's feel like new.
Call today and schedule your free vein screening at one of our locations. Or visit us at UnitedVeinCenters.com.
It was a stunning journey. She was so excited and dishonorable
toilet and my hair had all fallen out. So I took a picture. I'm like, if I ever get better from this, I'm gonna look at this picture and thank God for every single day afterwards.
Mark had spent much of the 90s in close quarters with his bandmates, going gig to gig in a van from their San Diego home base. You weren't even taking showers in those days, right?
No. There would be weeks. This is so shameful. Our van was hell on earth. We called it the Millennium Falcon, and we loved it. It smelled like a dumpster behind a restaurant.
Those Amos Travis Parker on drums, joined with Mark and his BFF, singer-guitarist Tom DeLonge.
And then we went from playing like theaters to headlining Madison Square Garden.
As his book also chronicles, amid the year 2000's insane spike in his celebrity, Mark got married to MTV talent executive Sky Everly. In the middle of all the craziest thing that can happen to people, you found the love of your life.
Yeah. And I was lucky. I found the love of my life at the
You bet you were
right
lucky.
time. And we've been married for almost 25 years. We have a son who's awesome. And yeah.
Even after the 2008 plane crash that nearly took Travis Barker's life, Tom DeLonge's lengthy hiatuses. But then,
I felt a lump over here. I was like, that feels weird. That's big. And it turned out to be a deadly lymphoma.
we figured he was the most positive guy, most exuberant guy. What's that like for someone like you?
To be honest with you, I thought I was going to pass. I felt like my luck had run out. I felt like I've been so blessed in my life, blessed with amazing wife and an awesome son. Now it's time to pay the fiddler. We have a live show.
Mark would undergo 6 rounds of chemotherapy from his oncologist.
My doctor was so awesome. After my last round, I'm like, hey, I got a clean bill of health. Like they say there's no cancer. What do I do now? And he said, now you go live your life. Then we went to a Mexican restaurant here in Los Angeles called El Coyote. And I got drunk at 11 o'clock in the morning. It was the best day of my life. That's about the time she walked away from me. Body touching when you're 23. Some more music, my TV shows. What the hell is the even presidential damage? What's my age again?
Here in his home studio, Mark would relearn how to sing to compensate for chemo's effects on his vocal cords, so Blink-182 could rock again.
How confusing it is that I'm back here with all of you. I hope that the energy of the Blink-182 show, and that's how we feel about it, is come to the show, have moments of heartbreak, have moments of inspiration, and walk out going, that was a great time.
And Fahrenheit 182 is in bookstores now. Mark Hoppus just always finds a way to make people smile.
Thanks, George. You know, up to a foot and a half of snow fell in parts of New Mexico late weekend early this week, and now we're talking about the potential for daily record high temperatures. Nearby where that video was shot, actually, in Albuquerque, Friday the mid-flow, Saturday they could break a daily record close to 90 degrees there. Las Vegas will do some record-breaking. Phoenix should see their first 100 soon, which will be a top 5 earliest. And here's a look at next week. Below average along the East Coast, but that's where you'll get the warm. Let's get a check now. Look close to home.
Good morning, meteorologist Tracy Butler here. I was just in Palm Springs 2 weeks ago, and it was 102 degrees there then. Far cry from that here in Chicago today. Highs in the low 40s, but at least we have the sun.
Turning now to a first and unprecedented look at the Titanic. A new special for National Geographic called Titanic: The Digital Resurrection takes us thousands of feet below the sea.
The time it took, then once in life was 6.3 seconds.
Nat Geo shedding new ground on the ship
It's a steam valve.
New secrets of the Titanic are revealed.
Status of position. Hayes proves basically trying to get the lifeboat ready to be launched.
Wow, the Titanic, the news at night. But no, it's absolutely graphic. It's kind of an update on its robust
It's price there, Morgan. No overdraft, the windows are out. Thanks for the day.
Gross.
Here are the jokes.
Fargo's known for such high quality at such an affordable price.
Yeah, look, save for estimates today.
Dedication isn't born in the light of day. It's carved in the quiet hours before the world looks away. With every new dawn, purpose. A slice of something special into every milestone, every memory, every moment worth sacred. Now, more than ever, we're committed to doing Delhi the right way. With a promise to you, deliver a century, deliver only the very best. War's End, committed to craft since 1905.
Which automaker employs the most hourly workers in the country? Ford. Which automaker assembles the most vehicles in the country? Ford. That's not a coincidence. It's a commitment. A commitment Ford dealers share by offering employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford vehicles. Now get employee pricing available across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Employee pricing. You pay what you pay. Only from a Ford dealer.
Morgan's won big today. The window nation.
Windows are out of here. We're left to look for a window.
No more beyond Ford for easy energy. Check out what you can save with the free estimate today.
Replace your shoes if they're worn out. Remember to warm up with dynamic stretches and cool down with static ones. If injuries do slow you down, Endeavor Health is here to help.
Learn more at your best health. Chicago.
You're filming tomorrow morning? What do you do? First on Kid Look there.
Number one, there's one page smoking gun evidence. It's not a gun, it's a cell phone. What's on that cell phone? Bad Romance, the 2020 German crime series tonight on BBC. Now, who celebrates moms later than TMA? You say now, TMA's
Cannot wait for that.
To a podcast version of it. Wherever you listen. Update from ABC's
Sticky is ready to start building its football program from scratch, and today the head coach will be introduced. The university set an initial fundraising goal of $4 million in 2023 to help establish the program and to support women's sports. The Cougars are going to compete at the Division I level for their inaugural season in 2026. No word yet on where Chicago State will play their games. Stations will check on weather and traffic after the break.
These are the moments. After a car accident, they know what matters. Giving you the most attention with the most lawyers and win the most money. Without all the drama, this is Moment Law. Know what matters most.
We did above that today. Doesn't feel that way, however, right now. We have most of our wind chills back in the mid-20s. Today, we get to see that wonderful sunshine. Tomorrow, a raw, cold, rain time. Got heavy traffic on the expressways, but we've got two problems on the express. There's forward, really busy week to go to class. That's when they was, but the new holiday, the checkpoint setting of the absolutely to the side, a couple of years ago. And the second, I always feel really good class every time. As it's figuring out what it is, what it's like. I think it was wrong because you don't want to try to say coaching. They think they can have you do it how they are. So long.
ABC 7. At United Day Centers, minimally invasive treatments for vein disease and vaccines begin pain-free with kickstart your spring with any solution and no interest for 6 years. Since 1976, our family-owned company has helped over 500,000 homeowners create lasting memories. Your home, our promise. Free installation and soon. Call now.
Windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Velco. My treatment at United Vein Centers has really changed my life.
United Vein Centers.
For healthy legs that make you feel schedule your vein screening at one of our locations.
In severe weather, count on the Doubler 7 Max.
It's live with Kelly and Mark. Las Vegas series, The White Lotus, Walton Goggins. Also, how to deal with stressful, big changes in your life.
Tuesday, April 8th, 2025, and it's a sunny day in New York. Look at that.
These curtains won't close if the sun starts shining in here. It's like an automated building. It's like very high tech. None of us can get into or out of the elevators by ourselves.
How was your drive downtown today?
Mine was fast.
Fast, yeah.
Really, really fast.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a day or something.
No. It's congestion.
That's surprising.
Yeah.
Is it true that it's free on the west side and on the FDR, and you have to pay to get through the middle? True. You pay.
So you talking about that recently, and in my mind, because I never, when you're talking,
You know,
no. I don't like. What sport is this?
that's basketball.
He says words like Gators and, Florida comeback. That could be any sport. Here's some news, and he's one of our guests today.
Yeah.
And I am so excited that he is here. And if you haven't seen the White Lotus finale, so sad for you because I may or may not spoil things. Because I'm tired of having to not talk about things for weeks and months because people haven't gotten caught up. People once yelled at me because I gave away the ending of Bambi, an 800-year-old piece of intellectual property.
That's not true, really.
Yes. All right, receding hairlines are suddenly sexy thanks to White Lotus Punk, succeeding in your life at all, but we can all agree he is sexy. I went in person out of the jungle with respect to you, and I think you will agree he is way sexier.
No. I met him backstage, and I was lost in his eyes. I got lost. That smile.
He's
He's
dazzling.
got what do the kids call it?
Riz.
Oh. He's lovely. The nicest, sweetest guy.
Yes. And we're going to get into what happened. So if you don't want to
Yeah.
hear it,
Too bad.
go into the cafeteria.
All right. How fast should you be able to run a mile at every age, and what it means for you if you can? All right. So let's do men. At men, the mile between ages between 50 and 60, which is where I am almost smack dab in the middle of. What do you think the average mile is for a man? 7 minutes and 50 seconds. Now, jog. When I would go on a jog, it felt like and I would have my timer. It was like trying to like get fast. Right. It's just a myth that it erects your knees, and it can even increase what one does to strengthen joints. And Stanford University researchers found that no more evidence of wear and tear in joints compared to non-runners over a 21-year period. And it can lower your cancer risk. So go for a run.
Yeah,
Go for
I
it.
love it. Maybe we are
You're
just
just
like,
lazy. You like to walk
but
at night.
I do have like this sharpness in my right knee, which I've talked about a lot. And I know this is what we
You
always
come
say.
from a long line of weak knees. Your dad has bad knees.
My dad drove a New Jersey Transit bus for 30 years with a clutch. Driving. So speed bump at a certain speed because Mark doesn't usually realize the speed bump is there until we are airborne. But when you hit a speed bump and then you land, I don't know about y'all, but my kidneys rattle. Like I feel it somewhere internally, like something happens.
Well, because your foot's usually on the dash, sticking to the window up front. That's how you like to sit, which is very dangerous, by the way.
I know it is. Anyway, so there was this Montgomery Township, Pennsylvania, of doing speed bumps. They are now making cars serpentine. So you have to zigzag through roads where speed bumps would be required.
I would say in Pennsylvania, that's just driving. Because let me try. Are there any Pennsylvania drivers here? You can raise your hand high. Raise it higher. Raise it higher. There's enough spattering.
No, because they don't want to raise their hands.
You have a reputation. Pennsylvania drivers have a reputation for not being the best drivers, and I will say that, and I'm okay with that. Only to be followed by New Jersey's Matt.
We give them Radisson, so it wasn't all double.
Yeah. Good text.
Number 4, yesterday we all got to try that famous Tom Cruise coconut cake.
Yes.
As we said, it's not his cake, but each year he orders it once a them from Dome's Bakery in Woodland Hill.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today,
The war between Ukraine and Russia has entered a new phase of intensity, with both sides trading blows in a conflict that shows no sign of abating.
Okay, dude. So you're over 50 and want to get in shape by mid-May? Start April 7th with 7-minute chair workouts. It's just 7 minutes a day, easy to follow, and requires no equipment. Do this to flatten your...
The war between Ukraine and Russia has entered a new phase of intensity, with both sides trading blows in a conflict that shows no sign of abating. Moscow denies firing on civilian infrastructure after a deadly strike on the central Ukraine that killed 20 people, including 9 children. Zelensky is slamming the U.S. for lack of response to Putin's truce rejection. More about it in our next report.
And the damage could go even deeper. There's one number that's raising red flags for economists. Confidence in the US has dropped to its lowest point since January 2021, when people no longer feel secure. They stop spending on big ticket items like cars, furniture, and electronics. Businesses pull back too. They halt investments. They freeze hiring. The result? The economy slows down. Then it starts to weaken. Mark Zandi says it clearly. We're not in a recession yet. But every signal
Yes, my brother will tell you undiluted truth. Let me quickly give you an update with respect to governorship election primary that took place in Anambra State last weekend. I want to inform you that they don't run streets for my guy head. On top my guy head, the man I love so much, the most credible man in Anambra State, talking about biology for APC. Since after this guy entered APC, APC and I'm biology for one head. Biology and they have crooked ways. Of course, don't think this can happen. Because when I was doing it all, and listening to biology was speak before into the primary, I understood that the chicken has been raised.
Building AI agents that can speak is now easier than ever.
Hi, what would you like to talk about today?
Introducing conversational AI with Elements. Build, test, and deploy, all in one platform for the natural way with the technology.
My order? Yes, of course. Let
Here on the primary. Make the sense of whatever is where mechanism solid. Never it's about the process also started before 10 a.m. So at 6 p.m. almost just started. It's not a very impressive record. I wish we don't have to speak people like this. As long as the process is good enough, I would imagine the candidate is not for every single thing. That's something I know that can be a problem. And she does one. Because I don't want it and I can't. NPC cannot blend credibility and democratic process in time like this. No, it's far from them. And you know, like I said, when you jump into APC, I was trying to, understand the rationale behind him abandoning the Labour Party platform, which he ran with PWB in 2023 presidential election to jump into APC. I told you guys that one thing is certain, they want to use biology to sell their bad market APC. And also to discredit PWB for 2027 presidential election. And that was the game. So we see him that they are going to give him tickets. And come to think of it, biology finally lost every political portfolio and credential he has for himself. I'm telling you, by this time, a man that is finished since after the death of Peter Roma will be the most likely rival to in terms of somebody political leaders. Islam in political, let's say, journey of no return. Because I don't see him coming back. Or then another political party. Nobody, it's a sign of desperation. And you know, I tell you, wherever you see sign of desperation, run. Desperation is not a good sign for anybody, even in relationship, much more political levels. Especially when you lost. They beat him hands down. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, well, 1,000 floor against 600. Right? Where have you been? But we'll take your money that. We'll take your money. Without the wine, you know, not go take it. Take your wine, then take it. And that is what happened to you know, unfortunately, for other political parties, as a march, he didn't even a march because there wasn't even a contest. Yeah? He rode, he had a free will into the ticket of Africa, choosing his second. He never used him to be his running mate again.
Most political parties have now declared support and the movement is on. Never a time in Anambra's political history is there such a consensus as we have today. There seems to be a wide consensus of opinion that the good news will continue. From the Anambra, I feel very humbled by this, and together we will promise you one thing.
If you're unsure or unaware of your eyeglass prescription, or if your prescription changes frequently due to nearsight.
When I took oath of office, I promised never to disappoint my God. I promised never to disappoint my family. And I promise never, very importantly, not to let the Anambra down. I will not let Abga down. I will not let the Anambra down. Every day we will devote our time and energy working very hard for you. We're working 24/7 and the work is only just beginning. And with this mandate today, we will take the votes of Anambra people for granted. We are going to go in every nook and cranny to end every vote. We will not
I must tell you, they are unstoppable. That is my own opinion, with what I am seeing. Soludo has no opposition since the death of Epa Yoba. And again, about losing political blunder. It is all terrible to Soludo. If you think otherwise, let us be sure on the comment section. Now, we are going to focus more and get more on Soludo to perform more. I say, in my opinion, long before now, that the only problem of Soludo ever, all me as Yella, I'm telling you honestly, especially with his, people which the second place is not yet out. Well, I must tell you the fact that, like I always suggest, judge Soludo by his works and not by his words. Because if only the politician follow them,
God won't get anything. Well, let me add the film at least and figure out the film.
Covert underwater war is quietly escalating in the cold, dark depths of the Atlantic, and British defense officials fear the enemy is already inside the wire. Russian spy sensors are reportedly tracking the United Kingdom's nuclear submarines, according to the Sunday Times, in what military sources now describe as a brewing national security crisis deliberately kept from public view. Some of the devices found by the Royal Navy in surrounding waterways are believed to be part of a clandestine Kremlin effort to monitor and potentially sabotage critical British undersea infrastructure, including the 4 Vanguard-class submarines armed with Trident nuclear missiles. British intelligence suspects Vladimir Putin is waging a broader campaign of grey zone warfare, targeting undersea cables, energy pipelines, and deep-sea military assets. According to the report, surveillance sensors have washed up on British shores, unmanned Russian vehicles have been detected near key seabed cables, and more than 11 cables have been damaged in the Baltic Sea over the past 15 months. Intelligence further suggests super yachts owned by Russian oligarchs were used for underwater reconnaissance. A senior defense source told the Sunday Times that 60 undersea internet cables connect Britain to the world, some of them classified, amplifying concerns as UK energy dependence on foreign sources deepens. One of the most vulnerable assets is the 700-mile Langled pipeline, which carries nearly 40% of the UK's gas supply from Norway. Tensions spiked after the Russian spy ship Yantar was observed mapping underwater infrastructure in the North Sea. The UK military is activating Project Cabot, a defence initiative designed to partner with tech and energy companies to secure the seabed. Yet Royal Navy insiders argue more aggressive measures are needed, including laying sea mines, a strategy untouched since the Cold War. Meanwhile, civilian preparedness is entering the conversation. Security advisors are urging British families to assemble 72-hour survival kits, warning of potential Russian sabotage operations targeting energy supplies. With coal stations retired and the national grid increasingly reliant on undersea imports, the UK narrowly avoided blackouts last winter, relying on emergency reserves and imported electricity from Denmark. Officials recommend survival kits include water, non-perishable food, medications, a torch, battery-powered radio, identity documents, and a Swiss Army knife, a precautionary echo of EU civil defence advice. In the underwater shadow war, Britain didn't know it was fighting. The boundary between peace and provocation is no longer just blurred. It's rapidly disappearing beneath the waves.
Y los comentarios, información es para un enemigo. Menos información, gracias. ¿Qué? La gente no es seria, no son serios.
Bueno, pero no entiendo la burla. Si a ella le gustaron, a mí me parece que quedaron bien.
¿Sí? ¿Te parece?
Sí.
¿Quieres que te haga uno igual?
No,
¿Te
bueno,
lo paso?
no, yo no me niego.
Bueno, pero entonces, ¿pero por qué siempre lo violencia? Ahora te voy a decir. Disfrútalo, te lo mereces. ¡Salud!
Attention all seniors, you can now get up to $50,000 for your funeral and other final expenses, including your credit card debt, with no medical exam, starting at less than $1 a day.
Twin, so good to see you. How was everything?
Amazing as usual, Frank. Happy to see you're out of the hospital and back at it.
Me too. But my big health scare got me really thinking about the future. With my girls set to take over the family business, I want to make sure I don't leave them any of my debts. Hey, the price of a funeral could be $8 or more.
We're just happy to have you back, Dad. Don't go thinking about debts or anything like that. We'll find a way to pay.
Now see, that's why I made a call and found out I'm eligible for $50,000 for my funeral and other final expenses.
Well, hold on. Eligible for $50,000 and you just got out of the hospital? Didn't you have to take a medical exam or something?
No, there was no medical exam, and I was able to get coverage right over the phone. Plus, my rates can never be increased, my benefits can never be decreased, and my coverage can never be canceled.
I'm glad you made that call.
Don't leave loved ones with your debt. Call 800-815-4359 now and see if you qualify for up to $50,000 for your funeral and other final expenses, starting at less than $1 a day. There's no medical exam, and you can be approved even if you have existing health conditions. Your rates can never be increased, your benefits can never be decreased, and your coverage can never be canceled. There's no obligation. Call 800-815-4359 now. There's no paperwork, no hidden fees, and no waiting periods. And you can start coverage right over the phone, starting at less than $1 a day. Call 800-815-4359. That's 800-815-4359. 800-815-4359. Attention all seniors, you can now get up to $50,000 for your funeral and other final expenses, including your credit card debt, with no medical exam, starting at less than $1 a day.
Honey, your dad and I can't stop talking about this baby that's coming.
We've also been thinking about our future. And no matter what, we want to make sure we aren't leaving you and your family with any of our debts.
Just last week, we read that the price for a funeral.
More than 1,260 guided aerial bombs, 670 attack drones, and over 30 missiles of various types on Ukraine. The attacks have intensified with alarming frequency, signaling an escalation in Moscow's campaign of terror across major cities. Zelensky says Kyiv has agreed to a US-backed proposal for a full, unconditional ceasefire, but Putin has outright refused.
Ukraine has agreed to the proposal from the United States. A proposal for a full, unconditional ceasefire. Putin refuses. We are waiting for a response from the United States. None has come yet. We await the action of everyone in Europe and around the world who truly wants peace.
The latest and largest barrage in nearly a month struck overnight between April 5th and 6th. According to the Ukrainian Air Force, Russia launched a total of 9 Yao 101 55 SM cruise missiles from bombers flying over Saratov, 8 Canada cruise missiles from vessels in the Black Sea, 6 Iskander-M ballistic missiles from Bryansk Oblast, and 109 Shahed and decoy drones from multiple directions, including Bryansk City, Milorovo in Rostov, Primorsko-Akhtarsk in Krasnodar, and occupied Cape Chada in Crimea. Ukraine's military says it intercepted much of the barrage, shooting down 6 cruise missiles, 6 Calibers, 1 Iskander, Shahed drones, with another 53 decoys jammed by electronic warfare systems. Still, damage was widespread. In Kyiv, at least 1 person was killed, and fires erupted in 3 districts, Obolonsky, Donetsky, and Solomiansky. Buildings burned, 8 vehicles were destroyed, and an office building was partially collapsed. Kyiv's mayor confirmed multiple injuries and massive damage. Further south in Mykolaiv, a residential building was hit, injuring 3 people. Strikes also targeted Sumy, Kharkiv, Khmelnytsky, Kirovorad, and Cherkasy, hitting homes and civilian infrastructure. The scope of the damage points to a calculated pattern, Russia's war machine turning death into a battlefield. And now, Ukraine is sounding the alarm over a new threat. Missile strikes launched from Russian warships in the Black Sea. Despite a proposed US-Ukraine moratorium on military activity in the region, Russia is using its navy to bypass diplomatic restraints and hammer Ukraine from the sea.
In today's Russian attack, missiles were launched from the waters of the Black Sea. Our partners know which vessels carried out the launch and from which part of the sea.
Do this 7 minutes a day until mid-May. We start on Monday, April 7th. In a week, you'll feel better. In 2 weeks, you'll look better. Your wife won't believe your results. Here's a personalized plan of short chair workouts tailored for beginners over 50. It's just 7 minutes a day, beginner-friendly, and requires no equipment. You can work out anytime, anywhere. Just scan the QR code and follow along.
Did you know the average funeral cost around $9,000? Without the right coverage, those expenses and any unpaid debts could fall on your loved ones. But there's a solution. You may qualify for up to $50,000 in final expense benefits with no medical exam required. All you have to do is call 1-888-834-1561 to find out how much you qualify for.
Thinking about the future isn't easy, but making sure you're burdened with unexpected costs is one of the best things you can do. This program is designed to help cover costs of utility bills and other final expenses your loved ones won't have to.
Seniors aged 50 and older cannot be turned down, regardless of pre-existing health conditions. Your rates will never increase, your coverage will never decrease, and your policy can never be canceled without your approval. Getting started is quick, easy, and hassle-free. Call now at 1-888-834-1561.
There's no paperwork, no hidden fees, and no waiting period. Just answer a few simple questions to see how much you qualify for.
Our licensed agents are on standby to guide you through the quick and simple process. Call 1-888-834-1561 now. That's 1-888-834-1561. Don't wait. Secure your benefits.
This is one of the reasons why Russia distorts diplomacy. Why it refuses to agree to an unconditional ceasefire. They want to retain the opportunity to strike at our cities and ports from the sea.
Ukraine's Navy confirms 10 caliber cruise missiles were launched from a frigate and a submarine, marking the fourth sea-based attack in 4 months. Zelensky says Russia refuses to agree to any Black Sea ceasefire so it can retain naval strike capabilities against Ukrainian cities. With missile fragments raining down, power grids failing, and families trapped beneath rubble, this is not just war, it's a message. As international diplomacy stalls, Russia is advantage through sheer force.
On Ukraine, a lot of allies are worried that Russia's dragging its feet. Some allies think that there should be a deadline for President Putin to show that he's about ending the war with Ukraine. Would you like a deadline? And what would that deadline be?
Yes, on the first question, as you know, we are here, NATO, but also the need to have last 2 days is absolutely focused, laser focused on making sure that we keep NATO territory safe. That we realize that there is one long-term and enduring, unpleasantly enduring threat, and that is Russia.
Zelensky says the only way to counter Russia's ongoing aggression is through unrelenting pressure, from stronger defense support to tougher sanctions and diplomacy that shuts down Moscow's ability to kill.
That is why all forms of pressure on Russia remain crucial. Strengthening our defense capabilities, maintaining sanctions, and ensuring a kind of diplomacy, a kind of dialogue with Moscow that leaves them with no opportunity to kill.
Donald Trump says his team is currently in communication with Russia and made it clear they want Vladimir Putin to stop the war.
Sir, what are the next set of talks with Russia, and who will participate, and where are we in terms of making progress in terms of peace? We're talking to Russia. We'd like them to stop. I don't like the bombing. The bombing goes on and on. Every thousands of young people are being killed. And it's a horrible thing that should have never started, would have never started, but President, 100%.
As missile strikes continue and Ukrainian cities endure daily destruction, pressure is mounting on global leaders to find a breakthrough. Zelensky is urging the world to move beyond diplomacy and apply stronger pressure on Moscow. Meanwhile, Donald Trump says his team is in direct contact with Russia, expressing hopes for an end to the violence. But with each passing day, the war tests whether words alone can bring peace, or whether tougher action is now inevitable.
The best connection for a big moment. With Astound's fast, reliable internet for only $30 a month. I taught my parents English while my fiance learned Spanish online. And when they met for the first time, it was pure magic. Live more with Astound.
Popular political figure, Senator Ali Ndume, the thorn that's been piercing the gut of the political leadership in Nigeria
a rebel who has resolutely refused to toe the party line, a relentless campaigner who's become insistently vocal in his opposition to what he says are the excesses and illegalities of government. And once again, he's warning that Nigeria is standing on a precipice and that the cracks are now turning into fissures, with 3 budgets running concurrently, huge government borrowing, often without the approval of the National Assembly, and what he says are gross infractions on the federal character provisions of the Nigerian constitution, with more than 70% of President Tinubu's appointees coming from just one region, the Southwest. In the midst of all this, he says security is being ignored, with the horror of the killing of 16 haunting Edo State, and now dozens more dead in a wave of violence in Plateau State. And with his home state of Borno witnessing escalating militant attacks and what appears to be a resurgence of Boko Haram and Islam. He's demanding that the government take much firmer control. But the administration has consistently accused him of spreading false information, saying he's provided no evidence to support his allegations, and he appears to be more interested in creating mischief than in supporting his party's president in building a better Nigeria. But he's typically scoffed at their suggestion. So what difference is his latest somber message likely to make, beyond creating more friction and disharmony with the government, his APC party's colleagues at the National Assembly? For more on this, I'm joined now in the studio by the lawmaker they call Nigeria's unofficial one-man oversight mission, Senator Ali Ndume, the APC senator representing Borno South. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you, Charles.
And welcome home, because I know you traveled.
And I made it because of you, as usual.
Well, I'm very, very glad that you did, because I would have been very worried if you didn't. So I'm glad you're here. Let's start with what you've described as a very big infraction on the federal character constitutional provisions of this country. You say that more than 70% of the president's appointees are from his southwest region, and that he's effectively skewed and in violation of the principle of federal character. Tell us more.
Well, you have said it all. I don't think I have anything more to add than to say the figures are there. Somebody, the figures are there. You can look at the figures. I sent you one. I sent you figures. It's not that I'm just making accusations, and it's not that I'm saying, well, the president has no right to do that kind of thing. But there's a constitutional provision. Section 13, Section 14.3 of the Constitution is very, very clear. When you look at it, vis-a-vis the appointments made so far, and they are political appointments, if appointments that are professional, so to say, like you can't appoint somebody who is not a soldier to become the chief of army staff, or you can't appoint somebody that is not a police to be the IG of police. And you can't appoint such persons once they don't get suit, they are not qualified. But then, when you come to look at political appointments, the Constitution is very clear. And it's because to avoid such infractions that the Constitution Section 14.3 clearly states that appointments, especially political appointments, should be federal character. And that is not the case here. And all I'm saying is to call the attention of Mr. President to such infractions so that it can be corrected. Otherwise, these things can boomerang at a certain period of time. It's not. And I know, as you rightly say, people look at me as somebody that is critical of the government. I have the right to do that in the first place. And in fact, that's why I'm in the National Assembly in the first place. Collectively, we are supposed to oversight the acts of Mr. President and point out some of these irregularities. That is what we swore to do. It's not personal. I think I have better personal relations with most of these people that are talking about you. And I can say in the North, if you count, or not up to 5 people that have close relationship with Mr. President, Ondume is one of them. But that does not stop me from speaking the truth, and I have obligation to do that. Especially when all of us know that at the end of it all, everyone, each one of us will stand before God, and God will ask him to account for what he is responsible for. You understand? And that's why I'm saying this. And besides, we are all in this government. What will we tell our people? When you have these figures out, it's already viral, it's already in circulation. But you know what? From now, after this interview, those attack dogs or MAGA dogs will start attacking Dume, not the message. And that's why we always get it right. It is not about Dume or me being a senator. As a Nigerian, I have the right to voice out all these things. Not only that, I have the right to even protest. I have the right. That is guaranteed by the Constitution. But from tomorrow, those so-called Tinubu boys or people will start attacking Dume. Oh, he's a frustrated person.
But the facts are there, though, aren't they?
Yeah, the facts are there. These are the facts. I brought it here so that you can see it. I send it to you. These are facts. And I'm not the one that created it. These are facts extracted from what is going on there.
But is it the generality of his appointments, or is it the more sort of juicier jobs?
No. It's not about juicier jobs. It's about spread. It's about equity. It's about justice. You understand? And look, the coming of Mr. President is based on justice, equity, and fairness. And it is expected that he will continue in that direction to ensure fairness.
You mean because he came from the South?
Yeah. That is one. But he saw as a president to be fair, equitable, and just for. That is what the president is. But that is not what is being reflected in the events, whether he knows it or he doesn't know. That's why I called on his attention to look at these things so that he can do something about it. That is the issue. And now I'm also begging or calling those attack dogs out there to please address the issues.
Rather than Senator Dume.
Right. Address the message. Because I know now those attack dogs who cannot, I repeat, defend the president when the chips are down. Why I'm saying chips are down, most of them, go and check them. I did my research too, I'll come up with the figures. Almost 60 or 70% of them are half Nigerians. You know why? I accuse you of one to myself of being half.
Don't even go there. you know, do not go there.
Okay, I will not go there because of you. But it's true, most of the appointees, you check around, I will come up with the figures. Most of them are people that have double citizenship.
Dual citizens.
Dual citizens.
Right. Well, it's not illegal.
I'm not saying it's illegal, but what I'm saying is those type of people cannot give the country 100% because they are not 100% Nigerian.
Well, I disagree with you. Okay. On that score. I mean, any other thing.
Because you are one of them,
I told you not to go there.
Okay.
Gone there.
Okay.
But the point is that, no. I mean, I think the real issue here is whether there is an infraction on the federal character constitutional provisions of this country. And you have provided evidence that seems to support that fact. But let me ask you something else, because you are a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You're a lawmaker. And part of what is involved in being a lawmaker is making just laws. It's not just a law. Because, I mean, if you look at it from a different perspective, people have a right to oppose a law that is not just, if it is shown not to be just. I mean, should it really matter where someone comes from as long as they are capable and competent in the job that they're chosen to do?
No, not at all. Not at all. And in fact, I stood, in support of that. I support the president getting, even if it is an expatriate, to occupy a certain position as long as it doesn't infract
on the Constitution.
Right. But what he is doing now infracts on the Constitution, and most of it, so far, not all, but so far, majority of those that are given those responsibilities are not discharging their
So you question their competence
Yes,
as well.
I did before.
You're right.
So I still stand on it
Right.
because we haven't gotten to where, or there's no kind of ray of hope in the country under the leadership of those.
So let me be clear.
Let me give you, okay. But for how many years? All we hear is endure, it will be okay, it will be okay, and it's 2 years. And now, the main purpose of government is clearly stated in Section 14. Security, welfare of the citizens, and of course, other things that follow in Section 14 of our Constitution. We are far from most of them, especially the issue of security and welfare of citizens. There's no amount of this hullabaloo that they are doing out there that if the president doesn't do something to make Nigerians feel and see, not here and these figures turning out. No. There's this Hausa saying that if you tell a dog that there's party in their house at home, he would ask you to let me see it. And that means let him see that the party is going on by maybe getting bones or the meat or something. But when you say things are all right, and Nigerians are still out there yelling tough, and you know things are tough. You hear tough, you know that.
Well, let's turn to that issue that you've now raised, which is the very, the issue of insecurity in the country. You mentioned, I was going to go to the issue of borrowing, but we're going to come to that in a minute because you brought up the issue of security. You've been raising not only over the killings in Uromi, in Udo State, now the massacre in Plateau State, but you've also expressed grave concern over the escalating militant attacks in your home state of Borno and what appears to be the resurgence of Boko Haram and ISWAP there. I mean, just briefly tell us about your concerns.
Well, it just did 4 years today. A captain was killed.
I have a W-2 and a 1099, and I spoke with a TurboTax expert who helped me file with confidence. Doing these grinds is...
We're improving our cosmetically complex patients every day because when we partner with referring physicians and
a corporate in my local government in a town or village called Isge that have been resilient. They have a plateau there, and they have a battalion nearby. The Boko Haram came, killed the captain, tried to, but for the resilience of the people and the soldiers there, we lost 2. In Goshe, a local government, it's another village just in the last 5 days or so. Also, the Boko Haram attacked them from Amuda and killed 3 soldiers. In Wajirko recently, there's what they call FOB, Front Operation Base, was attacked and we lost 4 soldiers. That time too, Urgo, which is not in my local government, but it's in Borno State, was also attacked. Severally in other areas. Even yesterday or so in Kebbi, there's a case of Lakura killing about 12 people or so. I read it somewhere. There's this killing in Plateau again. Well, this is part of insecurity. There was a killing in, that of IPOP, isolated, killings in the southeast is still going on. And I mean, you can see that Nigeria's security challenge is still there. In fact, when it goes down a little bit, it goes up again. And as I said, the main purpose of government is security, whatever you do in this country.
It must be very worrying. So worry you from Borno State that I mean, every time we're told that, Haram and ISWAP have essentially been contained, if not neutralized. But what we're seeing are these bursts of sporadic energy from them that seems to suggest that they're nowhere near being defeated.
No. Especially in Borno or Bay State. What we call the Bay State is Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe. As it is now, today, You can't go anywhere in Borno. You can't travel anywhere in Borno after 5 o'clock till morning, 8 in the morning. And it has been like that. But the only difference is that before, now, even after that 8 o'clock in the morning, you cannot travel freely without escort. But these days, there is an improvement that you can go somewhere, or some routes, without escort. But as I'm telling you now, some of the routes, especially from Maiduguri to Damboa, that you can you can reach there in 2 hours. You have now to at least travel 8 hours. In fact, that route that we used to take under escort, that is from Maiduguri to Damboa, then is completely closed now because we have been losing lives there. And coupled with the fact that even the citizens are complicit, and then the security challenge is so much. We have been losing soldiers, we have been losing people.
So why do you think things have got worse?
It's not that things have gotten worse, but are still lingering. You can't say, right. Yeah, it's not that it has gotten worse.
So there's a bit of a stalemate.
Yes, that is it. Right. I think that's the correct word to use. There's a kind of stalemate. They are doing their best under the circumstances that they are operating. As I'm telling you now, I don't know about last week. I don't know about last month. Our soldiers that sacrificed their life, some of them are yet to be even paid the 70,000 minimum wage. And their daily ration up to now, I don't know about last week because I'm interested. I'm a Nigerian, I'm a senator. It's 1,500. You can imagine what 1,500 can do to somebody that you just post from Port Harcourt sometimes. I met a young man from Bayelsa posted to Bama, and he's been paid 50,000 then when I met him. 50,000 naira.
Yeah, but I'm wondering, I mean, you used to be the chairman of the Committee on the Army, weren't you, at one stage? I mean, I'm wondering what you were doing.
I was on their neck.
You have oversight.
I was on their
the Senate.
Well, and I'm not trying to exonerate myself,
yeah.
But we didn't get there anyway. But Buhari is still alive. He knows how the pressure I did personally put on him, especially for him to approve the loan that we collected to procure the Tucano. That helped.
Yeah, the Tucano jets.
Yeah, that changed the. But right now, the truth of the matter is that our Nigerian or armed forces generally are not well trained, are not equipped, are not motivated, and are not armed. If you don't do that, you don't get anywhere. I suggested at one time that if we can't do that in the shortest possible time, then one of the short-term solutions that the Chief of Defense staff came here to disagree with me, which is entitled to, is to engage the service of private military contractors, PMC. It's done all over. America, that is the greatest country in the world, they engage Blackwater, which is their non-contractors. The British Army do that. French do that. So with this problem, that can be solved, and it's in the 3 or 4 or 5 black spots. You can address it by, engaging private military contractors and ask them to fix it. They'll fix it. And the Nigerian Army can engage itself in other things. But no, Christopher is my friend. We worked closely when I was chairman.
That's Christopher Musa, very
good guy.
Yeah, they're very intelligent.
Yeah, but they are the pride, they have, I think I look at it as kind of pride or something. What's wrong with engaging private contractors to solve the problem?
Well, you're in the Senate, and it is people like you and your colleagues who have to assess the situation. I mean, that's why you guys are elected to go there and then put pressure on the government or even change the law in order to make that mandatory, or mandate the government to do that. But you mentioned loans about the Tucanos, which is that brings me to the other issue that you have raised, which is the very high borrowing by the Tinubu government that's taken place over the last 20 months or so. And to be fair to you, it's not just you, Several leading economists, chambers of commerce, etc., have also expressed concern over rising debt. How serious a situation does this look like from your point of view as a senator? How much of a national crisis is it?
Well, let me first of all say that I'm not against borrowing. Even the greatest countries in the world, America, Japan, China, all are big borrowers. When they borrow for physical, tangible, and accountable projects that you spread and pay over time. But my worry is not even in the borrowing, it's what you borrow from. Let me give you quickly a rundown of what I checked. You see, in June 2023, $500 million was borrowed for women program to scale up what LPWBS. Can you see that? Can Nigerians see it? Let me give you quickly a rundown of what I. You see, in June 2023, $500 million was borrowed for women program to scale up what they call LPWBS. Can you see that? Can Nigerians see it? Where are the women? Then, on June 23rd, same day, $800 million was borrowed to cushion the impact of high petrol prices after fuel subsidy removal. How? Where? Then, on September 23rd, under the same government, $700 million was borrowed again for Adolescent Girls Initiative for Learning and Empowerment. Then, on December 23rd, the same thing, $750 million borrowed through what they call renewable energy scale up. Then, June 24th, 2024, $1.5 billion was borrowed to support Nigeria's reform for economic stabilization to enable transformation.
That one sounds very spurious, I have to be honest.
Okay, you see? Then in June 24th, $750 million again was borrowed for immediate financial and technical support for efforts to stabilize economy and to scale up support to the poor and most economically at risk.
Would want to see concrete moves from Washington before any face-to-face talks between.
What's your prominent artist? Thank you so much, please. Can you tell us your name?
My name is Esther Orendu.
And you're coming from where?
Akwa Ibom.
Lightweight action. Egon Contessa, smile. Take it on the Brazilian.
Very ready. Oh, ready.
I just been all over the world here, skiing around.
Ukraine's ambassador to the United Kingdom and former commander-in-chief of its armed forces, has confirmed the existence of a covert military command center in Wiesbaden, Germany, shedding light on a pivotal element of Western support in Ukraine's ongoing war against Russia.
The secret's probably already out. Person in the world to fly in a drive-in flying car. This is the future right here. I'm about to be the first public figure / streamer to drive the flying car, as I can see right here. So spin up the W's in the chat. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, so y'all ready to drop it? Let's go. So it'll just be me here? So it's only gonna be me in the car? I'm gonna be alone?
Yes. Just try not to move around too much. Yeah, there will be danger.
Salty makes her have to think before she moves to the wall. Since they drop it, before she grows. So choose your words carefully in this one. The water.
Inside my process.
What we have? Walls.
We are like a companion, we compare in
Ok, sì, avevano verso bene contatto.
Thousands of people with Medicare Parts A and B are already their $900 grocery card to cover every day.
Turning now to some other news, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has confirmed that Ukrainian troops are fighting in Russia's Belgorod region. Now, a reminder that Belgorod is close to Russia's Kursk region, where Ukrainian troops have been trying to hold on to territory since a surprise incursion last year. Zelensky has said that the move into Kursk and other Russian territory aims to divert Russian forces from Ukraine. Ukraine's military has released drone footage of what it says are attacks on Russian troops in Belgorod. And Zelensky's announcement comes after Russian reports of Ukrainian attacks in Belgorod last month.
of Defense Alexander Syrsky has reported on the front line our presence in the Kursk region and our presence in the Belgorod region. We are continuing our active operations in the enemy's border areas, and this is absolutely justified. The war must return to where it came from.
Meanwhile, Russia is on a major recruitment drive, the largest draft since its war against Georgia. Experts fear that the government might force many of these conscripts to sign military contracts, which would mean that they could be sent to fight. All of this comes just ahead of unexpected new offensive in Ukraine. DW's Sergei Satanovsky reports.
An unexpected early end to a workout session in a Moscow gym.
The police are here. They just forced us to the ground. We're lying face down. Non-Russians over there, Russians over here. The order is some go one way, the rest go the other.
Eyewitnesses told local media the officers were looking for men of conscription age. This decree from President Vladimir Putin has launched the biggest military draft for the last 14 years. The state is now calling up 160,000 men. Last year, the number was 150,000. The Russian military draft always happens twice a year, but this spring it's different. Not only the government calling up more men, it may punish those who ignore their call-up with a range of administrative restrictions. Civil rights groups say they'll be monitoring to see if that happens.
We'll know the new law is in effect if there's a wave of people being denied loans, barred from registering or closing small businesses, or are unable to buy or sell property and vehicles as the draft. If people are stopped at passport control or banned from leaving the country, that will also be a clear sign.
The Russian parliament, the Duma, tightened conscription laws when the full-scale invasion of Ukraine began 3 years ago. Back then, lawmakers said it was for self-defense.
Within a year, we must provide military training, so we'll have a mobilization reserve. If there's a major war against Russia, it's fully justified.
Today's drafted men won't automatically be sent to the front, but rights groups say they may end up pressured to sign a military service contract, and that would mean they could be sent to fight.
Previously, a 3-month training period was required before signing a military service contract. Now, however, a copy presented right at the enlistment office. As a result, a huge number of people have signed contracts without fully realizing it. Secondly, and this has already been acknowledged by the authorities, in some cases, commanders are signing contracts on behalf of conscripts.
All of this is happening as the Ukraine government is warning of a major Russian offensive later this spring. This would add to an already high death toll.
At least 200,000 men of conscription age have been killed in Ukraine, and at least 500,000 have been maimed. And the fighting must go on. Taking that into account, apparently Russia is preparing for a major offensive close to May, when the ground will have dried up, so it needs manpower.
Surveys of Russian voters show about 80% support their army's actions. Although it should be noted that speaking against the army is a crime in Russia. People have been jailed for more than 7 years for doing so. Even though most people wouldn't want their loved ones to fight, most observers see the continuing war working in Putin's favor domestically.
The war acts like a drug, and this is how it works. War is sacred, it must not be lost. We have to tighten our belts, grit our teeth, and fight back against the entire West that has attacked us.
Amid discussions of a potential ceasefire in Ukraine, the Kremlin's counterparts might want to keep an eye on Putin's draft and what's unfolding in Moscow gyms.
And for more on Russia's recruitment drive, we can turn now to Valentin Nalyvaichenko. He's the former head of the Security Service of Ukraine and an MP for the All-Ukrainian Union Fatherland Party. And he joins us from Kiev. Welcome. The biggest conscription campaign in over a decade is now underway in Russia as Putin expands his military. The official line is that they won't be sent to fight in Ukraine. But what do you think this will mean for Ukraine, both in the short and the long term?
We still experience the expansion of Russian aggression. We do see that Putin, his regime, is expanding all the human forces against Ukraine, trying to occupy more land and trying to use as much as they could, even they are keeping up of shelling civilian cities, of using missiles against civilian cities of Ukraine. The last Friday, we lost 20 people dead in Kryvyi Rih, including 9 children, because of this expansion of Putin and his aggression, and he used against us all forces he could and can.
And do you think by recruiting additional manpower that this could have long-term impacts on the battlefield in Ukraine?
Yeah, we're sure that Russia government and Putin will send them, young people, Russian young people, to fight against Ukraine. There is no other goal for his recruitments. There is no other goal so far for his policy and for his absolutely unjustified war against Ukraine.
I also want to ask you about troops are in Russia's Belgorod region. Ukraine is, of course, also fighting in the Kursk region. How crucial do you see these efforts as in positioning for a potential Russian spring offensive?
The first and the most important goal for our military command to ease the pressure in East Ukraine, Donetsk region, Kryvyi, where I mentioned to you, and that's why our, let's say, special operations, our, let's say, attacks on those border territories where Russia keeps the invaders, their troops are undergoing, and this is not a secret that in Kursk and Belgorod regions, our active operations of our military is undergoing. And the main goal is to, again, to expel, first of all, Russian aggressors, and again, to ease pressure at other, let's say, areas of the vast front line between Ukraine and Russia.
But in your view, does that ease the pressure? There are some analysts who express concern that these kinds of cross-border incursions could actually drain resources from key battlefields where they're needed along the front.
We trust our commanders. This is their decision. We fully support them when they protect our motherland, Ukraine. So we, I think, have to do all things possible to, again, to protect the country and to, by all means, stop the aggression.
Okay, let's take a look at efforts toward halting the fighter. The US President Donald Trump, he said in the past few days that Ukraine and Russia were sort of close to a deal. How do you see the prospects for a meaningful halt in the fighting?
The main thing from us, from Ukraine, we confirm that we are ready, and we really acknowledge that we are ready for the full ceasefire along the front line, along the whole front line, entire front line between Ukraine and Russia. That's the most important thing. Plus, we do rely on our partners, European partners, Germany, Great Britain, France, and others to stay together, to keep up together, to stop Russian aggression, to stop fighting, to cease fire, and then to start real negotiations how to really stop with Putin's aggression. And by the way, the only man, as we understand in this world, who still wants to conduct the aggression is Mr. Putin. That's why we need to stay together with Europe and with the United States as well. We do rely on this firm position. First, to cease fire.
Thank you so much for speaking with us today on DW News. That is Ukrainian MP Valentin Nalyvaichenko.
DW correspondent Jan Philip Schultz has more on this for us. What do we know so far about the fighting in Belgorod?
If you paid more than $20 on tax preparation last year, you need to visit freetaxusa.com, where your federal return is always free and your state return is under $20. Get your refund the fastest way possible with Free Tax USA's free IRS e-filing and direct deposit. The website guides you through each area of your taxes, helping you get the biggest refund possible. Filing your taxes has never been easier. Visit freetaxusa.com today.
It's the first time that President Zelensky officially acknowledged the fighting in Russia's Belgorod region. There have been rumors about this for several weeks. In March, Russia said that it could successfully repel such an attack, but local military bloggers repeatedly stating that there has been fighting on the Russian side inside the Belgorod region, especially around the settlement of Demidovka, around 2 kilometers away from the border. Since then, also some international analysts have confirmed the fighting, but on a much smaller scale than what we have been seeing in Russia's Kursk region.
Does this change Ukraine's position in the conflict in any way?
Well, I think there are diplomatic and military objectives connected to the operation. On a diplomatic level, Ukraine might try to exchange Russian territory for Ukrainian territory in possible future peace negotiations. On a military level, it might try to force Russia to redeploy some troops from the Donbass, where Russia has been able to make some advances recently, and Ukraine might also try to slow down a future offensive on Kharkiv with this operation in Belgorod.
Meanwhile, Russia says its forces are continuing to make gains in northeastern Ukraine. How big is the fear of a Russian spring offensive where you are?
Well, there is some fear, and probably for good reasons. There have been heavy attacks on villages along the border on the Ukrainian side recently, and a lot of analysts say that these villages could be used as strongholds for possible further advances towards Kharkiv. The Ukrainian military says it's preparing for the worst, it's preparing for different scenarios, and President Zelensky has also said that it's obvious that there are preparations for a possible offensive in Kharkiv going on at the moment. You probably remember that it was almost exactly the same time of the year in 2024 that Russia tried to start a similar offensive in Kharkiv, which was only partly successful and eventually stalled. But people in the region are getting prepared for the worst.
And Jan Philipp, where do you see the conflict now going as far as the stakes go here between Russia and Ukraine? Can you give us any more added information?
Well, here in Ukraine, people are not very hopeful when it comes to the possible state of peace negotiations. They see the repeated attacks from Russia. There are even people that say, ironically, here about a future attack. Okay, so these are the peace negotiations that we are seeing at the moment. So there is a lot of skepticism here in Kiev and in all of Ukraine at the moment.
Okay, really appreciate you summing up things for us from Ukraine. Jan Philipp Scholz there. Jan Philipp Scholz there. Now let's take a closer look at what Russia could be planning in northeastern Ukraine.
Ukrainian troops drilling near the front line in the Kharkiv region in the northeast of the country. Soldiers say they hope for peace, but they say they also have to be ready in case the enemy attacks. It's here that Ukraine thinks Russia could be planning a new offensive as spring weather improves. President Volodymyr Zelensky, speaking in Paris last month, said Russia was dragging its feet on ceasefire talks in order to seize as much land as possible before coming to the table.
Russia rejects a complete ceasefire. The message is clear. Russia wants the war to continue. It's dragging it out.
President Vladimir Putin, for his part, says Russia continues to make it.
We're advancing, maybe not as quickly as some would like, but persistently nevertheless. We are confident that we are getting closer to achieving all the aims of our special military operation.
Russia's army currently occupies almost 20% of Ukraine's pre-war territory. Russia tried last year to make inroads along the northeastern front near Kharkiv and the smaller city of Sumy. Ukraine's surprise counteroffensive in Russia's Kursk region forced the Kremlin to change its plans. Redrawing the map is one of the Kremlin's key demands at any future negotiations to end the war. And Putin may be thinking, the more land Russia can grab, the more Russia will be able to keep.
We treat medically complex patients with a multidisciplinary team of experienced acute care physicians, nurses, therapists, and support staff. And we never lose sight of the fact that our patients are people, someone's mother or father or spouse. And we're driven to empower them to take the next step in their recovery journey by providing the specialized care they need when they need it most.
With stories trending around the world. I know Junaid.
Good morning, Dr. Abati. How are you this morning? Perfect. Good morning, Bimbai, our favorite Nigerian wife. Good morning, Rotu Soji. Your first time on What's Trending, isn't it?
It's good to be here.
All right,
Good morning to you.
fantastic.
Welcome. You're welcome.
Perfect. We're missing Rufai today. Well, good morning to you, viewers. Let's begin What's Trending. In the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, where the police used tear gas to disperse protesters who took to the streets to demand good governance. The protesters, led by Omoyele Sowore, a former presidential candidate, were expressing their discontent with the state of the economy. The protesters also demanded the repeal of the Cybercrime Act and an end to the emergency rule in Rivers State, which they view as a form of military organizers to cancel the protest as it's according with the National Police Division. Let's take a look. These were horrific scenes yesterday when I was watching the videos, circulating on different social media platforms. I was so embarrassed. Again, it was National Police Day. It was a nice celebration. I felt like they should have done better. Let me take some reactions. This is from Nigerian citizens who wrote, "This regime fears the voice of the people. Tear gas won't stop hunger. Bullets won't silence the truth. You can't shoot your way out of failure. Nigerians are tired, and no amount of force can suppress a nation demanding justice." Another ex-user, Mendels, wrote, "How can this country really work? Just imagine the millions of protesters that came out in the United States, and no police stopped them. When will this intimidation stop in Nigeria? It keeps getting tougher and harder day by day. Police oppressing government, oppressing country, oppressing." How far? You weren't here yesterday when we took the story in the United States. You watched it, and I'm sure you saw over the weekend where there was a massive, we call it the mother of all protests across the United States, across 50 states. Peaceful. There was a lot of people there demonstrating the fundamental rights were in
to express themselves.
I mean,
I'm with you. Police in Nigeria are just too violent. You've taken several viral videos on the show where you've shown police brutality in Nigeria. I think you talked extensively about the NSAS movement. Police are just too violent. You do not resort to tear gas when individuals are not breaking things or vandalizing anything. So you're very correct. It's an overreach by the police, and this is something that has to continue to be on the front burner of the conversation.
Absolutely. I mean, like we were talking about this yesterday, especially in the United States where there was that massive protest. If you have those visuals, just to see the sort of comparison that we can see here, right here. I don't know how much more we can speak to the police, Dr. Abati, really quickly.
Okay, what we're dealing with is the right to protest. The right to protest is a constitutional right. Section 39 of the 1999 Constitution says, as a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to express yourself. Section 40 says you have the right to assemble. The no right under the Constitution is absolute.
no right is absolute. In other words, what you are required to do is to conduct yourself in a peaceful manner. This matter has already been settled in NNPP versus IGP by the Supreme Court, that the Nigerian people have the right to express themselves. But consistently, we have seen the police refusing to obey the position of the Supreme Court of Nigeria and the position of the extant law. You saw it in Kogi when Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan wanted to have Salah celebration with her people. They even said the road should be blocked. She should not come in. But the senator came in by air. And she said she was inside her property. And that Nigeria recognizes the right to own property. And she has the right to host anybody inside her own space. You see that there was nothing they could do to her. Showing the futility of the attempt to abridge our freedoms in that regard under the Constitution. Number two, some persons said they wanted a pro-Wike protest in Bayelsa, in Yenagua. The whole issue again is that no, you cannot come to Yenagua. In Port Harcourt, some people who also said they were going to have a protest, they were told they would not protest. But when this protest now take place, because of the citizens, the young people, the Take It Back protesters, relying on the law and their rights, they get tear gas. I think it's an abuse of fundamental human freedom that the police will tear gas people. Even if you leave the Nigerian Constitution, Article 9 of the African Charter of Peoples and Human Rights, supported also by Article 11 of the same charter, provides people the opportunity to express themselves, not to cast. And I hope that some of these people who may have been affected will go to court to insist that they have the right, even the freedom of movement. Absolutely. They also have it. It is the job of the security agencies to provide security. And we have seen some examples in this country where even policemen joined the protest. We have seen an example where some policemen, I think it was in Lagos State, they were even giving pure water
and
to the protesters. Yes, saying, look, we're in this together, protest, but don't be violent. And they managed the situation. Even the policemen were interviewed. But the story I hear is that yesterday was supposed to be National Police Day. And the police didn't want to be embarrassed. Look, it could have been part of Police Day. To even show that the Nigerian police is a very tolerant, responsible, law-abiding police force that want to express themselves. But we are here this morning quoting this section, that, about how the law enforcement agency of Nigeria also routinely breaks the law.
Absolutely, well said. We'll follow up on the story. Well, let's take another story now. There's been local and international condemnation over the killing of more than 50 people in Plateau State last week after gunmen stormed several villages in the Bokos local government state. They have described it as an act of terrorism. In the same vein, North Senator representing Kaduna Central, Joe Sani, highlighted the plight of the Fulani ethnic group in a video now circulating on social media. He stated that the activities of bandits destroyed lives and tarnished the reputation of the Fulani people. He spoke to members of the Fulbi Educational Development Association, urging them to shun kidnapping and all forms of criminality. Let's take a look.
10 to 15 years of banditry has not produced one billionaire among the bandits. It has destroyed the life of Fulani. It has even destroyed the image and reputation of Fulani people. Because every Fulani that is seen now is being seen to be a bandit. They are Fulani doctors. They are Fulani lawyers. They are Fulani engineers. They are Fulani architects. They are Fulani professors all over Nigeria. But criminality of these bandits that are mostly Fulani has destroyed the name, the image, the reputation of every Fulani man. Don't take lightly your mission.
mission is very important. It's important for the peace, for the unity, for the progress and security of Nigeria. You should go to every nook and cranny, meet your people, tell them that we don't want banditry in northern Nigeria. We don't want kidnapping in northern Nigeria. We don't want the activities that has been destroying our image, our reputation as the people in northern Nigeria.
All right, I thought that was such an important soundbite, Vimbai. Really, really on point, Shehu Sani there. I mean, what I took away was the fact that he's saying that, this whole banditry act, I mean, how much money has it really given you? Have you seen a billionaire bandit before? Well, then what are you doing this for? I loved that soundbite, really, to teach, the people in that area that is committing, those terrorist acts to stop. But also, I also loved the fact that he mentioned, the Fulani ethnic group being, tarnished or painted with that brush of, being bandits and, terrorists in the north. What do you make of that?
So, Oji, when you look at this issue, very complex issue, and you look at the Fulani people, it's impossible to give it the correct context without going back to the 19th century, without looking at the era of Usman Dan Fodio. And what's now is creating a conflict for historians, because some are saying it's a debate against, was it revolution for empowerment or was it expansionism? And this has now trickled down into so much animosity that we now see today between ethnicities, and now what we see is criminality has now joined the WhatsApp group as well. The important point for me is the point that has position of the Plateau government, the Benue State government, to say that this is criminality. We are not calling them by any tribe or ethnicity. We are calling them terrorists. And I love that Shehu Sani is driving this point home, that as much as it's tempting for us to create these ethnic divisions and start to profile one another and start to, degenerate into a place of tribalism, the most important thing for us right now is to identify that there's criminality and there's terrorism, and to nip that in the bud. And this can only be done because of how, you look at just over 80 people slaughtered last week. So you now realize that this is, and recurring over 20 years, this issue has happened in the same local area for 2 decades, to the point that they're now screaming ethnic cleansing. Issue around it. So I love to see community leaders going into the community to try and get the going that this is not the way to go. This is not how we can resolve our issues, because there are issues. The issue of land is a pressing issue. We can't neglect that. Again, I go back to the Ministry of Livestock. What's going on with that issue? Because all of this, at the end of the day, goes back to the issue of herders and farmers. This is where the animosity has come in. So they are looking, there's climate change, there's so many factors. And now when you have sort of a lack of institutional oversight, lack of security, criminality is the next thing that happens. Extremism starts to seep in from other neighboring nations as well. So I'm glad to see the community leaders are taking ownership of this, going into the communities and driving this conversation.
I love that. Ethnic profiling as well.
I don't know. Him talking to youth leaders and saying, you go into your communities and go and talk to them. And I don't want a situation where you are thrusting responsibility on the community leaders. Terrorism is terrorism. And the way you fight it is using law enforcement. We had SBM Intelligence on the Global Business Report. They had a report on this farmer herder crisis and the economic impact. And essentially, I understand the community part, but when Shehu Sani is saying, look, you need to go into your communities, you need to talk to your people, it's almost like he's thrusting responsibility on them. It's still a law enforcement issue that we use to address terrorism. But look, it's still, again, good effort on his part.
Dr. Matt, absolutely. I think Comrade Shehu Sani should be commended.
Yes.
For his honesty, for speaking the truth to power. Even if some of his own kinsmen, they disagree with him. What he did simply in that interaction with those young persons is that he admitted that truly, in his view, many will agree and disagree, that The people involved in banditry and terrorism are mostly from a particular ethnic stock, and he spelled it out, Fulanis.
Yes.
And he said, you are Fulani graduates, you are young men, there's something called mentoring.
Yes.
And he's in a position as a senior citizen to mentor these young persons, to say, you make a difference. The future that is in front of you as professionals, as trained as graduates, is not banditry, it's not terrorism. It is for you to show that the Fulanis are very distinguished persons, and there are distinguished professionals, and that banditry terrorism is not a label that you can put on the Fulani person. I think from the point of view of mentoring, he did a good job. The third point is that all the security chiefs we have had, we always talk about what they call the non-kinetic approach. They talk about the involvement, the collaborative approach. They said all of us should be involved in ensuring the security of Nigeria. Comrade Shehu Sani, or Senator Shehu Sani, went to the Senate. He used to be comrade before he joined politics. This is him saying, look, you also have a role to play. The Nigerian government says we all have a role to play, and he says you too have a role to play. I've spoken to you, go to your community and also preach this message that we can make a difference and that Nigeria can only be productive and successful if we all work together to make this place secure. I think he was on point in terms of his message. You may disagree with him, but I think it takes a lot of courage.
Yes.
For him to come out like that and just say it as it is.
Yes.
And hopefully, the gospel, according to Senator Shehu Sani, will be taken beyond that, location where he was preaching to some young northerners.
Yes, and I hope that it resonates with a lot of leaders across all, the geopolitical zones. I mean, ethnic profiling should, be rejected at all costs in Nigeria if we want to build our nation. Well, let's take another story now. The Lagos state government has vowed to hold accountable all parties involved in what it described as the tragic and shocking death of Mrs. Folajimi, a pregnant woman who was reportedly rejected by a private hospital in Lakowe, Ibeju-Lekki. The hospital allegedly refused to treat her due to the absence of a 500,000 naira deposit, a delay that led to the death of both mother and unborn child. Health Commissioner Professor Akin Abayomi says a panel has been set up in partnership with the Health Facilities Monitoring and Accreditation Agency to investigate the case. Initial reports suggest a traditional birth attendant and a private hospital were involved. Meanwhile, the hospital at the center of the controversy, As Salam Convalescent Center, has denied demanding 500,000 naira before offering treatment. In an exclusive interview with Punch, the hospital's founder, Rauf Salami, refuted the husband's accusation, saying no financial discussion occurred during the family's visit. I mean, this is a huge discussion, Vimbai. I know that the probe will identify any breaches in the medical standards and determine the degree of negligence. Well, we did take the story last week and there was outrage across Nigeria. I mean, this was really a shocking story where, it appeared that this woman was rejected, saying that it wasn't because of money, it was because, there was a treatment that they couldn't attend to in their private center. What do you make of that?
I mean, it's unfortunate that it's now, this is somebody's life and it's come down to a case of he said, she said. I went to educate myself further after the last time we took the story, and I read the National Health Act, Section 20, which says that there's no healthcare facility that has the right to deny anybody, that is permitted to deny emergency care to any patient, especially in life-threatening situations, public or private. Well, they're now saying that they allegedly didn't have the necessary facilities to attend to her, which again is an indictment of where we are. It was just at the end of last year that there was the announcement that there would be free C-sections given out across the country. Now, I'm not entirely sure whether it's a C-section or what it was exactly that but there was a commitment made to maternal care, because we know that Nigeria has one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the world. and it's largely preventable. It's largely, you know, we usually mock people who travel overseas to go and give birth and so forth. But in many instances, it's because people are just looking for more reliable healthcare. Now, I hope this probe can bring out all of the details, all of the information necessary. And now, what are the steps forward? Lagos State is saying that they need to do more education around the use of traditional birth attendants, which is a more sustainable way for women to give birth in our environment, because I guess they're saying that we can't afford to put up public hospitals and public maternity centers everywhere. But what we're promoting are these traditional birth attendants, which are used across the country, and it's just like your own personal doula, I believe. So it's somebody who is able to assist you and is by the state. In the meantime, it's unfortunate that it took this tragedy to bring this conversation to the front burner again. I do hope we get to the bottom of it and find out what truly transpired and how we can prevent other recurrences.
Lotus, I can see you typing away. Having a chat. Oh, okay. So would you wish us to hear what they're saying as well?
Well, no, they're saying that this is something that needs to be investigated, right? But, you know, look, if I can understand someone in a sudden accident that you don't know. Your accidents are unforeseen. So you might get shot. We're just talking about terrorism and banditry. You might get robbed. You might be in a car accident. We've had several cases where an unfortunate accident has happened and you get to a hospital and they deny you treatments. However, as a single man, which everybody has been telling me to get married and get ready, you prepare in advance, right? So if someone gets pregnant and is ready to give birth, I guess it would behoove the father of that child to save towards that, to where you don't have a situation where when she's about to get ready to give birth, you don't have the 500,000 naira. I'm sorry, I don't want to sound insensitive here, but so if there was, again, just to make the point, if it was a sudden accident, you got struck by lightning or something, okay, I don't have the money for that. But a pregnancy, you can see that coming, and so you know, again, they're investigating. The hospital has come back and said they didn't charge the fee, but still, you got to prepare for these things, right?
Yes, I understand where you're coming from. However, pregnancy is a very unpredictable journey.
Yes.
I don't know their circumstances, but what I know for a fact is that a pregnancy can be determined to be low risk. It can be said to be a smooth pregnancy and you'll go and push and there'll be no complications. But it's highly unpredictable. And if you as the husband are working off the information that this is a normal low risk and everything will work out, you may have enough for the normal delivery and not enough for emergency. Yes, and home care, yes.
And home care delivery could also be.
You are missing the point. The point that Lotus is making. The whole substance of this conversation is, according to Mr. Folaji, that when he got to that Asalam Convalescent Center, as it is called, that he was asked to deposit 500,000. And the man was saying, please admit my wife, I will go and look for the money.
Yes.
And his own point is that, look, when you impregnate a woman, you can't come at 9 months and you are saying, just treat her, let me go and look for the money. There are many people who do that. They put you under pressure. Brother, I mean, your wife has just given birth. They will be calling you from the pregnancy that you knew nothing about. It's only when they get to maternity center that they will be moving around. Mr. Folaji behaved in an irresponsible manner.
But how do we know?
I'm stretching it. No, his own words. Number 2, Dr. Salame, who is the owner of that Asalam Convalescent Center, says that woman, God bless her soul, God rest her soul, that she had no record of having ever visited the hospital. She had not, they could not find evidence of she having done any antenatal care. And that what they could establish was that she had been going to TBAs. You impregnate a woman, you will be taking her to flats, to a traditional birth attendants, instead of letting her go through. In fact, the hospital is saying that she had lost blood. So they even went to the hospital late.
All right, that's their side of the story.
No, there are 2 sides to every story.
That's their side.
And now the hospital said they didn't have the facilities or, the capability to deal with that situation. That was why they referred them to the general hospital. So there are two sides to the story. I know it's emotional to say one Mr. Fulajimi said they asked me to bring a 500. After all, the first time we discussed this story, I talked about the Hippocratic Oath.
Yes.
What the two sides to the story have now shown us, are basically the issue. But it's important that the Commissioner for Health for Lagos State has now set up a panel to look into this matter, to establish whether there was negligence. And then with the lessons that people should learn. If you are a woman, you are pregnant, go for antenatal care. If you are a man, you impregnate a woman, prepare for delivery day. Don't say when you get to the hospital, they should allow you to go and borrow money and come back. That's irresponsibility. The rest of that.
At the end of the day, a woman has lost her life and the man has lost his unborn child. And there was no emergency care to take care of such a simple care. May her soul rest in peace. We'll take another story, this time from Ogun State. Over the weekend, the people of Egba celebrated the Lishabi Festival in Abeokuta, the state capital. The festival themed Egbaliganza united Egba people globally to honor their legendary hero, Lishabi Agbongo Akala, a fearless liberator who fought against oppression in the 1700s. The event showcased Egba heritage, blending cultural pride with modern style, including fashion displays. Prominent Nigerians, including former President Olusegun Obasanjo, attended the festival. Let's take a look. Shabi united the Egba against the Oyo Empire between 1775 and 1780, securing their independence. His legacy inspires unity and cultural pride. I just wanted to congratulate you, Dr. Abati, because you are an Egba son, and I thought that I should play. I've been itching to play this. Was out of 15 minutes ago. Wonderful. All right. How will I take this story of a lady known as Everyday with Gold on TikTok, who's celebrating what she describes as a major milestone, as she became the first woman in her community to board an airplane. Well, in this video, the lady filmed herself boarding an Air Peace flight with a caption headed to the airport, saying that she was entering the plane for the first time in her life. Just let us see celebrating the achievement with friends and mates.
Entering plane for the first time in my life, and it's also my first time going to Lagos. This is me, and here we are at the airport. We just go to the airport. So because it's my first time, my dad had to follow me, so he's going to follow me. He helped me to get my boarding pass.
Well, I mean, okay, what can we say? Congratulations to this woman. I mean, it's a big deal in the community. Yeah, absolutely.
It shows that, and experience, final feelings experience, good for her. I mean, the flyer, the budget, I mean, yeah.
My celebration. I must put them on banner. Congratulations. Just a little bit of comic relief for our viewers. Well, let's head over now to the United Kingdom, where the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank PLC, Jim Opia, was awarded the Freedom of the City of London. The honor was bestowed upon him by the Lord Mayor of the City of London, Alistair King, at the iconic Windsor House on Monday, including Nigeria's former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, billionaire businessman Aliko Dangote, the chairman and editor-in-chief of This Day and Arise Media Group, Prince Nduka Obaibena, all gathered at a reception dinner to celebrate with the distinguished banker. President Tinubu described the honor in recognition of Mr. Obia's exceptional contributions to business, innovation, and technology.
You know the policies all allies in NATO, but also when it comes to the IP4 concerning Taiwan, so that we know. And of course, we are worried about all these drills and all these military exercises. So we follow them very closely, and are a worrying sign, really.
A storm is. This ancient traditional patches are exposing an ugly truth. Start eliminating toxins from your body right now.
This video is brought to you by Bulk TV Energy. You will laugh and be entertained.
Wow, very happy for you. Good news, safe now back. We just came back from California 2 weeks ago. We traveled. We traveled to California. Yes, ma'am. The thing is, that's even asked me, say, if we like to go to Dubai, if you can take me to Dubai. I told him, no, California is too cold and I cannot go. I don't want to go to Dubai. But I prefer my California. I can go to California 2 to 3 times in a year. Yes. You also put your car as a birthday gift. Oh, that's very nice. Do you even know that? The car for my birthday gift. Wanted to get me a Range Rover style. But I told him that no, I want something better. So he said he will get me a helicopter. Small. So I think something that when you speak to our house in Barara Island, if it doesn't just get a house in Barara Island, so it's going to get me the helicopter, so we're back in. Yes, now. It's my sweet daddy, sweet the red party, my darling daddy. Yes, now. You may give your husband. If they give me back to her. So he said that I got the gun because I'm expressing our family. Yes. Let's talk to me later. Bye. It's my life is being really sad. She's the one that always telling me that as far as spoiling her and the traffic to lie. So me, I have to drop my phone and go that I need to travel to California. Is she not the one that started with this? She wants to intimidate me, think she can face me to make me feel with her and keep her around.
Okay, wait. So the two of you are now being cooked for the president of Biden.
favor, I don't want it to be favor. So we do I beg you, if na money just talk am, I no get. I beg. Who come ask you for money? Who dey ask you for money? When the money I don ask you, that me I know say you no pay me money. I know say na package you dey package and take life. So if I don't ask you, I don go show you know say na package na package my life. Go Nigeria sef dey package am. Na that package you come say na for the add talk. You know that one of my thing on social media. This girl be snapping me, thinking places I be tapping all like that on social media. I don't say I no go pay you. She wants this operation, take operation because of her this. No, really? Yes now. I know Sami. Then this time she was my, she was my friend back in the days then. Ah, call me friend, call me that. She go carry expensive bag. She go wear expensive things, no Gucci, car. She go snap on the jack me. Me I come tell am say me I continue my story back. I don't have for my mind. And I know say we are the only person that can take that kind of thing. Wait, let me get you. You are going to tell me you have a friend oppressing your social media with that picture to the church. Then you go to have to be taught shit. You are going to retaliate. Yes, sir. You don't know it for me. Say, I don't talk and say, in fact, you know in your question, I will take and will press and make, even press about the church, so I'm going to say, one thing that they call Photoshop. I don't know how you can put me to it. You know, you now snap the church. You know, after snapping the picture, I'll then tap back. So, and I'm not going to, I know you're not used to this lifestyle. Everything is not very into now. Photoshop. They don't say updated. They don't have. Yes, now there are new upgraded ways now to do this like. See, let me tell you. Very simple. All you need is one money. Nobody like that will carry you go where you have to find designer bag. Have some questions for you now. Go. Go to private jet to get some safety there. Go. After you west. After you go there, right?
All over the world, we've known for some years plus. So one thing I make I not forget anything. Like the mind I list everything out.
Number two.
Your wife was like the first million, the state dollars, the state general grant. People they put out. That's me. Yeah, tell me the wife. You don't have intention.
Just take money and take back. Just take a juice, take a picture and put on social media. Because they start think that this war that is starting, actually think they will not going to be known as that. This starting. Which consequences expected? And putting it on social media. So people will see it and say, oh, this is your book is taking care of that in your day. I don't want. Because this thing that Elisa started, obviously, she cannot wait because he will think operation, get finish and take and take black. She wants to extend that operation. It cannot be the first cannot be, what did you do? One step of money. Well, unfortunately, I can't.
Why not? Why can't you?
When I was the one that put up the place, invented on $8 and designers back to sportsmanship. Back and I'm busy girl, like I'll step out now.
Tell me you know that. Oh, people know on that. With my wife. And when I probably give my wife, it's like, I'm in that house. You know I have to do that.
Yes, I was my so yes, if there's anybody in my class that talks, actually add on to my like it's not the way my father needs to work to borrow back the one that bought okay, this one only for both. So understand.
Thunder will fire you from behind.
Fire
He fire you, he fire you from now.
yeah, we shout. Oh, God is punishing already. We are going like this man. What about
The thunder will start from that. Then move to your front. Like that. What do you think you want that? Jay, don't try. What are you talking about? Do you know the lawyer that is inside the house? We are talking about Jay. And it's not the fact that I'm looking. It's a laughable case. Laughable case. This guy is a laughable case. Because they are doing nice. It's not a laughable case. How can you do laughable? See, now all those people don't they fly. Like, no, I mean, I'm saying they go out now. Case, yo. I don't like it. The very simple thing is that we don't know that that is not the proper offense to find people. Someone like you, like, I'm accused of burglary. The first
You know, as I made my entrance into the courthouse, I could smell it from afar. Jay. I don't know what was that. If you like, enter his boxers. If you like, enter his arm with me. Oh, your lawyer can save you drivers. Let me enlighten you. For your own good, I will advise you start making friends with some of the people like Jay. Number one, bullet 99. Number two, dragon. Agony. Number four, Benja.
you have no lawyer. Go ask about me, but this one is a nuisance now. Your apprentice is disturbing you.
I will have, I get one thing that I should be visiting country cards just to help you. You will rock the Jay. You will rock. I'll find out. Go. You will every Saturday I meet you. I want to be now. From a dinner. You will rock the Jay. Look at him. I don't want. Where are you?
Why do I marriage? First question. I've been accused of kidnapping. Why do I say this? Please, if you call an person to ask the person that my client is allegedly accused of kidnapping, let the person rise.
I would like to cross-examine this habit. Objection, my lord. Objection sustained. Thank you very much, my lord. All right, my lord. I'll wait for it. Only So what is all about? Objection sustained. Thank you very much, my lord. Your lordship decided about this topic. My lord, forgive my insolence and indulgence. I appeal to your grace. Mr. Kumapa, can you please tell the able courts your relationship with Mr. Thanks to him before. Okay. Can you please tell this court what kind of work you do? Best again. Best again. Okay. Now, can you please tell this court what happened on January 2025? What do you mean? My lord, the able court is not able to accept people like this. People who just finish law school and think they can come and be shouting objection. Objection, my lord. Objection sustained. Thank you, my lord. All them. Have a seat. Now, is it not clear that when you went to see my client, Mr. Iskill, you threatened him, outlawed him, assaulted him, kidnapped him, violated him, manhandled him, flapped him, feebled him, robbed him? to this. He went to my client's house and told him to go outside and use POS to collect money. My lord, look at the person talking. In what world can he authoritate and dictate for somebody like this if he was not possessing object and was stretching object and destroying? Identifying. Clients have been crying. Both concepts have refused to become equal. The call to order says to take a break from this madness. We convene in 1 hour. Arise. For you and I, court premises, you are very young disposed. This your witness? Yes. So she will witness. That's amazing.
Good afternoon. We're happy to see you. Welcome.
She's a funny woman. God, that's interesting. Anyway, so it's a very light thing that I'm going to report. It's a laughing face conversation. So all you need to do is witness for him. You were here when it happened now?
Amen.
Yeah, so before you begin your testimony, just anything that you feel that can help this case is what you testify. Okay?
Amen.
Wow. That's no problem. God is only business though.
Okay, now we're also over.
My lords, only the facts of this case is witness for me following witness to your court anymore. Because by the merits of the case, we can infer already that my client is innocent. But for the sake of court procedure, my lord, I have a witness who wishes to testify the account that she experienced about this accusation. If the court will permit me, if I can call on witness one. And you can state your name.
For this church.
No. Then you have my court of law. Okay? Yeah. So what are your name? Then start with your name. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. Before, if I sleep for midnight and they didn't say and they eat there by not home. I will meet my pastor. If they are see my pastor.
Hello, man. No, that's okay. You know what, my lord, please tell us, what is your relationship with the accused?
Thank you. My pastor said that I pray.
Oh, no.
For today, I don't know. My pastor, I give my and vegetable. That is my testimony.
My lord, if you can permit me, I speak to the witness shortly. Hold.
Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Man over here. So these two concepts of honor. Yes, ma'am. Do I make myself clear? Please, if I may ask. My Lord, thank you for this opportunity to be bestowed upon me and the children of Israelites. Thank you for being with us. You're a good woman, am I correct? What about that? Well, it's fine. Ma, you were there when Mr. kidnapped my client, am I correct? For the last time, not have the client comport himself, I'm going to get the security to throw him out of here. This is a court of law. Can I please proceed? Can I proceed with it? Did you see when Mr. Ipupa died? Without further deliberations, this is my judgment. In the evidences before me, I have found the accused not guilty of kidnap, which is punishable by section 364 of the Criminal Code. Have found the accused guilty of false imprisonment, as seen in the case of Kuranga versus Saro. Of 2 million naira to the claimant as damages.
to the subtle signals people emit. You notice a colleague's slight droop of the shoulders that hints at stress, a fleeting glance that reveals hesitation. These are the silent signals that, when interpreted correctly, allow you to understand others on a much deeper level. Here's how you can start developing this skill. 1. Practice active observation. In every eyes and all of your conversation partners' breath. The way their eyes light up when they speak about something they love, where others feel safe to share their true selves. 4. Connect through empathy. When you pick up on these subtle signals, respond with empathy. For example, if you notice a friend's eyes show a trace of sadness, even as they speak, mental concern, I sense
truth. Over time, you will find that this practice not only deepens your connections with others,
the subtle signals people